Alrighty. Hello, good evening, welcome to everybody who's watching the VOD afterwards if you're on YouTube. This is a 4-hour long live stream. It's also recorded, so I'm just going to address everybody who's watching it after the fact. I'm Ashley. I'm a character and creature concept artist, and I stream here on the Pixelogic channel weekly, bi-weekly, depends on the month. And I usually go ahead and take a sphere and kind of mash it around into a bunch of different shapes and find a concept from that and go from there. So these sessions are a lot more like a sketchbook and just having fun. Good to have in the background, or, you know, if you have any questions during the live stream or whatever, just to, you know, hang out, talk, ask what you need to, and do my best to help out. So that's really what we're doing here. So again, like, if you have any questions as we're going, feel free to ask. If you're on the VOD, you know, every week I'm live as well if you want to drop by. Hey, how you doing, Aslan? So we're gonna probably get started pretty quickly here. Everybody's filtering in. Ooh. And no idea, usually, what I'm going to be doing during these live streams. So a lot of it is just kind of like sketching with no real idea or like specific reference to anything in general. We're just going at it. Hey, Gambit. And I'm thinking, actually, today we're going to do something a little bit more along the lines of radial symmetry. So that might be actually a lot of fun. Switch it up to the y-axis. I also have right here, so I can see where, you know, make sure when I'm starting with a sphere that I'm facing the right direction. Just to have your little... I like using the head, and I just make him really tiny so he's not really interfering with my space at all, but he's just up in the corner over there just to let me know that I'm on the right axis. Hey, Fight. Hey, Reaper. How's it going? All right. I'm just kind of like creating some kind of a, I don't know really what kind of a shape, but we're gonna see. And I usually keep things really like low poly while I'm doing this too, by the way, because when I Dynamesh, I can end up getting some really interesting artifacts that end up happening, and I use that to my advantage when I'm doing sort of random messy sketch concepts with no real direction. So all of this is radial symmetry right now. We're going to be going off of just the 8. I'll probably use a symmetry. We can probably do like a mirror and weld just to kind of like fix that up a bit. And afterwards actually. I'm trying to get a little bit more of an interesting shape here. Again, I don't really care if this is like super mucked up and stuff, because we're gonna be dynameshing this afterwards, like I said. Kind of like playing with like shapes early on, seeing what kind of like a silhouette that we're getting here, if it's like interesting. Do I sometimes model plants? Yes, sometimes I do model plants. Actually, for plant-based stuff, it's actually pretty good to start with like a radial symmetry of some kind. Just because a lot of things in nature are very much like, well, they're like that, right? Like, you know, with petals and stuff. If you don't need to be super precise, you could always adjust the symmetry of that later, but to have like that radial symmetry right off the bat is really good for like flower petals and things of that nature. Hi Josh, how are you? Hey Reth. Hey Haz. It is me. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Plants don't eat people. I'm just a giant carnivorous plant. Like what was that? The pet shop, not the pet shop. You remember that movie? Shoot, what was it called? It had like a giant carnivorous plant in like this plant shop. Had a whole bunch of like vines and stuff. I don't really. Was it pet something? I don't know. Right now, it's like a really that scared me as a kid. I'm just doing some like random stuff right now, like something that I might find looks kind of interesting. It's gonna be really like messy like this, which is also kind of the point. Again, when you Dynamesh, things will actually work out, and I'll show you that later on as well. So I don't really mind that everything gets all like disgusting like this. We can do a where is it? No, I could probably just scale it from here actually. Fine. More interesting. Isn't that interesting here? Maybe pull these guys in real tight like that. There we go. That could probably be cool. I'm gonna do a... Oh wait, we're on this side right here. Mirror and weld it like that. Next, I don't like that. Little Shop of Horror, thank you so much. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thank you. Alright, so now that we have that, I'm gonna take the radial symmetry off, go back into just the X transformation symmetry, so that now I can kind of do whatever the heck I want to with this. And I'm thinking I could actually kind of work from here. I'm gonna append a sphere. Yeah, that thing freaked me out as a kid. Little Shop of Horrors. It freaked me out pretty bad. It's real long, like. AccuCurve, I'll turn that off. Could do some sort of like a not dumbbell, what am I thinking? What are they called? The little poof sleeves. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna do a quick like Dynamesh. Probably that'll probably be enough resolution to start working off of it. So when you're Dynameshing like really like crunchy geometry like this, if you're gonna try and sketch this way, you know, doing it right off the bat at 128, I don't necessarily recommend, because you don't really, it might kind of, it might be too much resolution. So usually I try and like chunk it down pretty low, and then if it isn't good enough, you can always Control Z, bump it up a little bit more, and then re-Dynamesh, and you can do that as many times as you need to get it to the right place. Hi Angel, how are you? Hey Blitzkrieg. Nah, just going from imagination right now. I have nothing in my brain. Head is empty, and this is usually what I do. It's kind of like a blank sketchbook type thing. If I have nothing going on in my head, this is sort of like the process that I use to just kind of figure it out. It looks like a flower dress type thing. I'm gonna do something like that. The plant from Jumanji. Wow, it's been a while. Frig, man. Jumanji was great. The Sarlacc is a plant too? Same. Wait, it's so in lore, it's a plant animal? How does that work? Genealogically speaking, how does that work? Yeah, kind of like a squid flower, figuring out something like that. You recently learned that made me realize why I found Audrey 2 so unforgiving as a kid. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Interesting. I did not know that. Yeah. When it comes to like frames in film, and also like matching CGI to the real footage counterparts, that's a very important thing. A lot of the time they try as well, I find, to shoot in like 60 FPS. Sometimes it's just like, it just ends up looking like really weird. It almost like looks fake in some films, I've noticed as well. It's kind of interesting. It's like more frames does not equal good, you know? Okay. Let's see, what do we want to do here? I think I'm gonna try to, before I get like super into this, we're gonna like work with the silhouette even more. I think we want her to be very tall. Yeah, let's make this a little bit like creepy. So here's actually an interesting thing. You can put a gradient on here, and I'm not sure if it'll work. We would have to flip this. Flip this gradient. Hold on, let me see if I can. No, I'm not gonna do the rotate. So one thing about yeah, so you can see if you put a alpha gradient on your mask pen, you can actually get like a natural gradient like this happening without actually having to paint it in if you're working on like a really high-res mesh. This is sometimes something that I do if I want to make sure that the gradient is nice. So all you need to do is hold Control, click on your mask pen, and then in alpha, there is already a gradient alpha that comes with the base ZBrush. You just click that, and it'll be based on where, you know, if you don't necessarily need to turn your alpha or rotate your alpha, you can just rotate your mesh to where you want to have that gradient be applied with the mesh, the mask rather. So if you have it upright like this, because the gradient is sideways, as you can see, you can get a gradient going from one side to the other, but then you'll have that cut off as well. So if you want it from the base up, you just turn your model like that. Now you have a gradient. Easy. I don't really, I never know what I'm sculpting, but it's just fun. So work with the mask pen or only the square mask tool. So the mask pen, yeah, that's, so you're saying like when you're actually, what's it called? Using it as like a brush, it will sort of, but it's kind of the same thing as just applying any alpha onto your brush. It's going to act that way. So you can't really like see it, but it will have like a soft fall off, as you can see that. Like it gives it a softer fall off if that's what you like, but it is mostly just for the square gradient like this, which is, you know, when you're using the mask pen. So, anyways. When I saw this trick on Pavlov's channels for textures, that's the first thing you try. Oh yeah, you know, honestly, Mike Pav, he probably has shown like every single trick in the book at this point. When creating alien monster creatures, do you try to apply anatomy as we know, or do you kind of pretend this is a new anatomy-ish? So everything that I do, and everything that you should be doing is based off of knowledge that you get from, you know, other studies that you have done. Things that exist in real life, you take that and then you create your own thing with it. So yes, there is always like a grounding in real anatomy, a grounding in real, like, even if you're doing something like plant-based, right? Like that looks more like, you know, like plants or whatever, you're going to pull from nature as it exists because, I mean, nature's already designed everything, right? Now it's your brain's job to take that and mash it together even more. If you're just kind of coming up with stuff without any context whatsoever, you're gonna have things that don't really look plausible. And sure, you could do that if you want to fall back on the excuse that your world is like this hyper extra super dimension where nothing follows any physics and everything looks weird to the human eye. Okay, sure, make like tesseracts and stuff, but that's not really like what we're talking about, right? So if you want to make something that looks like it could be from a terrestrial planet, or, you know, in a fantasy where humans also walk among the monsters and things of that nature, then you're going to want to base it off of anatomy that you already know. Okay, let's see here. This is starting to get that like orchid look, just with a few strokes, right? Like this is sort of what I'm talking about in leveraging the artifacting. If you're gonna work this way, you want to leverage the artifacts that you create, because now you're getting that orchid thing, and that only took like a mask and a pull, right? And because you've already got all of these lines that happened in the lower resolution, and you can just kind of like, I don't know, just use that. It's not really a negative when you're sketching, especially since you can just Dynamesh all of it away. How do you make the silhouette bigger on the skin? Bigger on the skin. Oh, do you mean like the UI? So if you just actually click on it, you can drag it out and make it smaller or like tinier. There is a square here. You can't see it because it's like see-through, because in preferences in thumbnail, the background, it's set to black. So when you set it to black, it actually makes the background of the thumbnail transparent, right? So there is a square here, a rectangle, and if you just kind of click near the silhouette and you pull, it will make it bigger or smaller. You ended up getting Core Mini. It's definitely restricting coming, but the sculpting is so smooth. Yeah, so ZBrush Core Mini is really good for just specifically diving into sculpting in general. Like if you've never tried sculpting in 3D, ZBrush Core Mini is definitely the easy option to just get your hands on it and just try it out, because it's free and the UI is super, super stripped down and simple. So that's like its sole purpose, is to introduce you to what it even feels like, to let you know if you're gonna even have fun with it, if that's like your thing. 802. It's bad. It's so Yeah, I think I'm gonna like slow down with Lost Ark now. I just, it's been a little bit too much. Oh, did I not? I didn't mirror note this. Especially since I see what's coming with Lost Ark. You know, like what does the end game look like? Looks like a lot of failing on honing, and I don't know, man. I don't know if I like just like repeating 2% honing over and over again. Hey Mib, how are you doing? Hi B. What we making today? So kind of like a flower squid alien thing. She got a pretty dress on, and I'm just playing around with different shapes. So a lot of this is just gonna be me masking and pulling and seeing what happens. How you doing? Been a bit. You're 413, nice. Very nice. Very good. Yeah, wait till you get to some of these abyssals. That's another thing too, is some of those abyssal raids in Lost Ark are absolutely destroying my hand. So I was like, nah, dude, I probably gonna take a break from that. Ooh, I really like this feathering that's going on here. Really like. I'm gonna create some sort of a ribbing effect here. Might be kind of nice. Yeah, it's like, it will, like, what do they call them? Theme park MMOs, right? Like, there's just so much stuff to do. I had a really good time going from like island to island. Really liked the island quests. Okay, now under here, yes, we can start working with this. I might actually want to separate these so they're their own little bits, own little bitties. might make it a little bit easier to work on, because now we're starting to get into the groove of, hey, this is kind of an interesting thing that's going on here. Hey Eric, how you doing? Actually, don't answer that. I already know you're in the other room. Well, just instinct, habit rather. How you doing? I think today's gonna be pretty chill in terms of me talking. So if you have any questions, you feel good to ask away. Gotta save. Hello? Save? Sorry, being completely blasted by my screen right now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally fine. Neat. Done. Very cool. TV go white every time, man. Like, click save, and then it's just like, yeah, here's your save box. How do you make sure you don't have holes in your mask? Make sure that you're using inflate generously. So if you're going to Dynamesh something, make sure that you have it inflated a little bit so it's not super, yeah, just so it's not super, like, one side overlapping the other. That can happen a lot, and then when you Dynamesh, it will actually create a hole there. It'll kind of turn into a cheesecloth, Swiss cheese type thing. Another thing that you can do is in geometry, going to mesh integrity, you can fix your mesh if the inflating doesn't work and you're getting a Swiss cheese type thing going on. Fix mesh will end up getting rid of any non-manifold geometry that you might have. Speaking of which, I'm very happy that I saved, because I think I might be crashing. Yeah, give it a second. Any questions? The moment you started with sculpting, how long did it take you to start working in the area? Do you mean in the industry? I started working on 3D stuff when I was in school, so I got a job right after graduating, so it only took me like 2 years of doing stuff. But that's not really always the case with everybody. It's sort of like I was in the right place at the right time as well. So it depends on kind of like luck. Like, getting into the industry, as much as I want to say it's just about hard work, it's also like very luck based, like RNG. Okay, this is crashing. Hold on. One sec, I'll get it up again. That was my bad. Let me load it up. Woo! There he is. Okay. Cool, cool. This guy. Very, very specific. Okay. I'm gonna pull all of this up. I'll create an inside. This is where things can start getting a little bit messy with your Dynameshing. So what you want to look for if you're getting a whole bunch of errors, like you can see everything on the inside here is like messy because I had like done a lot of like messy stuff. Again, sketching, this is what happens. So if you end up getting all of this, what you want to make sure is that you have enough of a space at the top for it to kind of like cap off when you're Dynameshing it as well. So in here, we've got a problem with like the hole right here as well. How is it going to solve this kind of a thing? It ends up being a little bit weird as well. So I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to do an IMM right here to try and fix it. Kind of like treating it as if it were clay, right? So what I mean by that is if you had like a hole, you just kind of put another piece of clay down and fill that hole with the piece of clay. And that is really what I'm doing here. It's making sure that that hole is all filled. And so then all of that inside right here should get nice and filled as well. I'm gonna do a quick save. Make sure that this works. And this is a hazard if you're working really, really messy. So if you are working messy, you need to know how to fix it as well. Sometimes it takes a little bit of back and forth. There we go. So that does work. Again, you want to make sure that you're putting things in certain holes where the Dynamesh is going to have an issue with it because of, you know, normal overcrossing or whatever. If you wanted the hole, would you have to Boolean? I would recommend that, yes, because that would be a cleaner way to do it, and you wouldn't be messing around with Dynamesh, you know, worried about closing certain holes or whatever. These ones happened beforehand because it was two thick pieces of geometry connecting to each other, right? Whereas this one was an empty one-sided mesh. So then it tries to fill it, it doesn't know how, and so that's why I do it at the IMM, and then I put something there as if I'm working with real clay. Hey, Alex! So I'm gonna up the resolution here. Dynamesh it. Alright, there we go. Now it's fixed. You can kind of just go over top of that. Easy. And then this guy's okay as well. Okay, I'm gonna save one more time again. Remember, save iterations before you do these things as well, because when you're working like really like sketchy and stuff, you could easily break your mesh a lot. And I break my mesh a lot when I'm just like nonchalant sketching. But the great thing about that is like you can fix everything in ZBrush and you don't have to be like worried about any of it. Of course, like, you know, if you're doing this stuff like for production specifically, you want to be a little bit more clean and not do that, but it's always good to know how to problem solve and fix these things. Hey, Ezekiel. All right, well, have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Actually, I think I'm gonna do a curve too. Yeah. Really tiny. You know what's interesting? I've actually never read Lovecraftian horror before. I have not read them. I just know about Cthulhu and that the horrors were so horrible that you can't even explain how horrible they are. That's all I know about it. Music is kind of fitting, though, for this, don't you think? Little synth. I have like these really like delicate kind of tendrils back here. Blah, 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 blah. Do you think that a modeler necessarily needs to do retopo too, or in the industry is it well divided into sculpt and who does the retopo? You need to do the retopo. Sucks to hear it. Definitely sucks to hear it, I know. Retop is not exactly the most fun thing, but yeah, if you wanna be in the industry, you're gonna have to retop. There are some studios that I have worked at where I was just doing the sculpting, but that unfortunately is very rare. So you're gonna have to do both the grunt work and, well, you know, you don't have to look at retop as grunt work. You can look at it as a technical, like a solving problems kind of thing as well. It really just depends on like your mindset too. I guess if you're doing retop every single day, all the time, it can be like, you know, shut up, I don't want to hear about mindset, it's boring, but you do need to do it. So my advice is to just try and find what kind of fun you can with it, because it is definitely a necessary part of the job. You know, if your retop is good, well, it comes down to edge flow as well. You can do a lot of like basic stuff. There's a lot of basic guides out there to get you to a good enough level to be working in a studio. You're always going to have to be talking to the riggers that you're going to be handing this stuff off to anyways, like regardless of if you know the basics of retopology. So when you're working in a studio, you have direct communication a lot of the times to rigging and what rigging's requests will be. And a lot of the time they will tell you to change things not normal to what you were going to be doing, because it might be a very special case rig, especially in animation. A lot of the times we just completely break the mesh with the rig. It's like, you know, things just get thrown off model to stay on model within like the single frame that you're looking at. Games do a little bit of this, but it's a little bit more linear when it comes to that kind of stuff, because you're looking from every single angle on your character. Well, again, depending on the game, of course, but you're going to be changing things depending on what the rigger wants. I think the best thing to do is I recommend looking up flip normals all the time when it comes to retopology. They've got a lot of like really in-depth basic tutorials on like what good topology is and what you should be doing at the basic level. There's always like more advanced stuff, of course, but I would recommend that you just have a good foundation of that under your belt, because when you do, you can just build on it in certain use cases for certain situations. You don't need to have very, very specific like topology that shows very specific use cases in your portfolio right off the bat, right? My favorite band? I don't think I have a favorite band. I'm boring like that. I'm kind of like a garbage disposal when it comes to music. Like anything you throw in there, I'll be fine with it. As long as it's not like super country sounding or like really intense vocals. Like sometimes when somebody like Adele sings, like it gives me anxiety because it sounds like they're trying really, really hard. Like I love Adele, but I can't like listen to it for too long because I get anxiety, because it makes me feel like I need to breathe for the person singing. I don't know how to, it's weird. Hey Shader, I'm doing good. How are you? Use ZBrush for 3D printing, prop making purposes. You've seen videos on manual retopology, but no one has explained why you need to do it. Mind explaining why you need to do manual retopology. So it really comes down to the fact that there's no real one-click button transfer of like meshes that already have really good topology on them. You can't just like one-click button transfer everything over. So even if you have like a mesh that's working on a scan, because of different body shapes and stuff, you'll still have to move that around. Now, when you're first starting out and you don't know anything about topology, it's good to do things manually so that it gets burned into your brain. Kind of like, think about it like a wax on, wax off type deal, right? Like when you get your hands on it and you're doing the grunt work, it gives you a better foundation. It just does. There's not to say that you can't learn it the other way as well by just transferring, but to actually understand the edge flow of the topology, how it follows muscle groups and what muscle groups you're going to be wanting to separate from each other to create good edge flow for riggers to then weight properly, it'll just be better for you. Super industrial, hard bass Mongolian throat singing with a sweet banjo riff. That sounds great. Can't wait to listen to that. Hey, Knife. Oh, that's awesome, Shader. That must have been nice. Ask a lot of questions. Alright, so what kind of a hand thing do we want here? Do we just want it to be like a vine? I think not. I think I actually kind of want it to be like, might do some kind of like a pseudo hand type deal. Let me give it a little Dynamesh real quick. This. I'm gonna try and think of like the Weeping Bell. I just said a Pokemon name. I mean, what are those like English flowers? The ones like the bells that just kind of like hang. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. Foxtrot? Are they called foxtrots? Oh no, this is just specifically for the stream. We're just having fun. All personal stuff. Trying not to annoy them too much, dude. I've like you're probably fine. What this sculpt is gonna be? I think it's just gonna be some kind of like a flower monster thing. That's what it's looking like. The pretty girl. Let me see if I can actually... Oh, yes. There we go. That's good. Very good. Okay, I'll split that. Oh, in order to do that, by the way, if you have the gizmo and then you hold control for masking and then just drag in the direction of the topology that you want to mask off, it will create a mask based on the topological flow that you already have. So because these are kind of like their own things off here, the topology flow kind of like it breaks off right here, so you can drag the mask and it will follow that, which will separate these so that you can then split by masked afterwards. Okay. Nice. This guy right here, how interesting. Let's do an auto group. Okay, let's get mask that. Actually interesting. Inside one. Ooh, ow. Yeah, it is useful. When you sculpt, whether professionally or on your own time, do you primarily think about shapes, anatomy, or both, or something other? So when I'm sculpting like this specifically, and I don't have anything in my head, it will all be about shape and silhouette. Anatomy will come second. I mean, there is a level of intuition that is just automatically applied because I do have that anatomy foundation already built, right? That's what I was talking about foundation. It's really important to have that because then it adds to your intuition when you're making, you know, different shapes and silhouettes, etc. So first and foremost, though, I will be looking for a good silhouette. The anatomy and making anatomy work comes later, but like I said, there's an intuition about that kind of just applies itself as you're working. I'm not going to be speaking French on this stream. English. I already have enough problems with English as is, to be honest. I am using the Wacom 22 HD, the Cintiq 22 HD. It's nice, very nice, but it's not the new model. I think the new models only come in the 24. Could be wrong. I don't recommend getting like a 13-inch though, if you're thinking about getting a Cintiq. Just too small of a space to work on. Okay, I don't like this top bit. I'll work on that. Kind of. How do you feel like a sculpt is ever finished? Do you not feel like you could just continue working on it almost indefinitely? Yeah, that can be pretty tricky. That's why I actually encourage this sort of like just rough sketch type thing where none of it is really like you're not married to it, right? Because you could honestly just throw this away and start on a new thing, and the more you kind of practice that like quick, it doesn't need to be perfect, the more it'll be easy, like it'll just start getting easier for you to move on from something. You know, nothing is going to ever be perfect, and the faster that you can kind of work on the next thing and find your faults in the last and improve on the next, the more you're just going to improve, right? You kind of just keep working on one thing over and over again, trying to make it perfect, you're just going to slow your progress. You might actually end up hating it, what you're doing too. So it's a lot better. It's a lot more of a lot more efficient to just kind of keep it moving. No, I really... A possessed broomstick ghost Pokemon. Very nice. Very nice. That sounds like a Mickey Mouse 1000 Fantasia 2000 or whatever it was. When Mickey was running with the broomsticks. I need to overall play with this shape. I'm not entirely enjoying the upper dress-like portion of it, so I'm going to quickly save. And then I'm going to throw it into T-Pose Master, T-Pose Mesh. And then I'll be able to do big silhouette changes on everything all at the same time. Any specific exercise to improve perception or something that will help you to get to those shapes? I think the best thing that you can do is when you're working, try to keep everything low res until you're happy about the shapes that you're working with. If you are immediately jumping into a higher resolution mesh, you're going to overwhelm yourself with details before you've given yourself the chance to see these shapes early on. So do you see how I keep this pretty small a lot of the time that I'm working, and I'm zoomed out really far? It's because it's easier for me to see the overall shapes. Another thing that you can do is you can stand back from your Cintiq or your monitor. You can squint your eyes as well when you're looking at it, just to kind of see where are the main things. And I'm seeing here that there are some very good main things there, but they need to be exaggerated. Things need to change a little bit because, for example, right here and here, like this part, it just feels a little bit too similar in size to this, and I want to push that to try and get something a little bit more interesting. So when it comes to exercises for perception, I would say squint at your model a lot of the time, change materials. You know, even you can change this into a outline, maybe not an outline. Is there like a flat, and then you can change it to like black? No, it's not working. Outline thin, not really working right now. Wait, there we go. Outline thin, change to black color, and then you can see the silhouette like just straight on your canvas as well. And if you didn't want to like work with the little thumbnail in the corner, this is also another thing that you can do if your squinting is not really working. When you're like looking at this overall, does anything like, what does your eye do, right? Like, are you looking at this being like, oh, I think that that's actually very interesting, or, you know, is there too much sameness? Like, for example, here, same, but this is interesting, right? Like this breakup here, but it could probably be even more interesting if we put another breakup, and if this kind of came, you know, a little bit smaller up here too, and we worked with like some more shapes that came out and around, because we've already got this. We want to continue that kind of shape language around the character or creature. You don't want to just kind of like put one element into maybe the arm and then that's not seen anywhere else, you know, shape-wise on what you're working on. So that's hopefully that will help. But a lot of it will come down to just practice, right? Like just doing a lot of it. Another thing too is like don't rush into details, right? Because you know your detail stage will always be there waiting for you. It's not going anywhere. But what is going somewhere is if you just kind of neglect the shape, like the strong shape foundation early on. Coming back to that, it's gonna be like, nah, dude, you neglected me. I've moved on with my life, you know. So it's a good idea to try and make sure that you're staying pretty low res early on. For me, I work both ways when I sketch because I'm kind of like, I don't know, there's multiple ways that I work at this. So I'm not going to be giving you a 100% straight answer at all anytime because I have different workflows and I use them randomly when I'm sketching depending on like what it is that I'm feeling. So this is like a higher resolution mesh, but when I'm doing that, I'm still not focused on it. I don't mind that it's messy, right? So I don't mind that it's messy. I'm just taking a really big brush and making big changes like this. I'm not getting in close and doing this and this and this and this like early on. I'm not doing any of that. All of this is just from like the early brush stroke stages. I'm not really like focused on getting in there because I want to be zoomed out. I want to be looking at the overall shape of everything. What do I have the hardest time sculpting? There's different things at different times. When I have a problem sculpting something, I usually do a bunch of studies on it, and they usually look really garbage too. Half the time I'm just like scribble drawing it to try and figure it out. Boots are a really big one. Boots are pretty tricky because sometimes the foot structure, especially in animation, the foot structure, if you're like the last stream, for example, I talked about this, like chunky, big characters' feet, and then having to put a boot on that is interesting because of the toe region. Making sure that that will work for a larger foot character it can be tricky. I have been seeking Makokos. I have 450 now. It's kind of interesting. So the reason, like, I'm not using dynamic on my brush, that's why it's all like funky. Bring that back. Let's try and do something like that. Do I want to like just bring it out sideways, or I don't want it to like be too like human and this is a dress. I want it to have some aspects of that, but I don't want it to be like, hey, like this can be linked up, I think, too. This. Hello, Emperor of Cheese. Dressed up monster, mosquito hook monster thing, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think that's kind of like the point in it. It's just like not really like caring if something's super messy. When you're sketching, like you can always fix things later. It's just to have fun and explore, right? What's up? What's up, girl? How you doing, Alice? What's up? What are those? Makoko seeds? In Lost Ark. Collectibles. Have I ever rigged anything you've sculpted? Yes, but I don't do that these days. I'm just like really not a rigger, you know? That just is not me. Yeah, the turtle, yes. The turtles. Ah, yes. Haz, you're always here to remind me of those lovely turtles. This looks good. Does it look good? I don't know. Hopefully at the end of everything it will look good. Right now, oh, that's right. Stand. How do you control narrow parts with a very large brush? With a large brush size, you can do a lot more, and it's a lot more forgiving. If you're doing things with like a really tiny brush, stuff starts to get kind of iffy. So big brush, and then smooth, a little bit of inflate here and there, and you get good control. But if you start like moving stuff around with a tiny brush, right? Not good. Big brush though, good. Very good. Made a ball bounce in another program today. Very, very good, Bobbles. That's awesome. That's actually great. Did you rig the ball yourself? I mean, ball bounce is the first thing that you got to do as an animator. Am I self-taught, or do you have an academic background in sculpting? I wish I had an academic background in sculpting. No, sculpting, I'm self-taught, but when it comes to art, I've gone to art school. I went to college for 2D animation. Thank you. Brain, hello, we would like to talk. And before that, I was in a specialized high school that I had to like apply to with like a portfolio and everything for fine arts. So I got on the life drawing and stuff like that really early on. It was just a ball. You worked the keyframes. You did smoosh 12. Oh, so you used like a deformer or something to smoosh it? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I mean, it's the first thing you gotta do as an animator, so not so bad. Not so bad. Alright, I think I can move on from this stage now and start working on it. I'm going to T-post sub T, and that will bring everything back to the original and make sure that it's in the new position that I sculpted it in within transpose. I'm gonna do a quick save. Then continue. Thinking of making like a couple of buds that I can kind of like smash around everywhere. You know, like flower bud type things. Let's do that. Like, a little bit on the pointy side. Alright, I'll see you, Shader. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging. First attempt at turning, or animation was a ball turning into a humanoid blob, then kicking another ball. That's awesome. My first ball, oh, what was my first ball animation? My first ball animation was like first year of college, and then we had to draw a ball coming in from a window, I think, bouncing off of an object within, so like a cube or whatever, and then bouncing off of a wall and then out the window or something to do with that. So it was like we kind of had to make the ball act a little bit too. Like since the beginning, it was all about acting. The seed thing is beautiful. Thank you. Yes, it's a very beautiful little bud thing. I want it to be nice, but I also kind of want it to be creepy, so I'm going to sculpt in a little bit of like creepy kind of like spine details, I think, as well. We want it to be beautiful. I also want it to be creepy. Unnerving. Okay, I'll give this a little bit of a Dynamesh. Oh, Iris. Your first ball animation was by hand on paper when you were 7. Your first digital ball was in Macromedia Flash. Yes, I remember Flash, dude. I did so many cringe animations in Flash. before getting into 2D animation for like college. Like just I also used to like animate on my, I don't know if you remember Hatena for the 3DS. Flipnote Hatena. That was pretty great. Okay, wait, let me... Most of your Flash stuff is good, dude. It'd just be like that, man. Just be like that. Last animation was about 13 or so years ago. A simple spinning symbol, or maybe it was the birthday animation of a friend. Name going around a glass rose in a snow dome type thing. I remember it took days to render on a dual-core CPU because it had lots of... Yeah. Yeah, dude. It, like... animation 13 years ago was something. It is, like, things have come such a long way. It's actually kind of crazy. Animation storyboarding in Photoshop. Storyboarding's a lot of fun. I actually don't. I don't mind storyboarding. I really enjoyed that because then I could kind of like, it was like you could kind of see everything that you wanted to say and wanted to do ahead of time, and I thought that was really cool because I like, I'm very much an impatient person. So if there is a way to kind of like get the thoughts on paper quickly, I'm all for it. And I really actually enjoyed that when I was in school. It was storyboarding. Woo! Right, I had this like jacked up. Man, Monty is farting something fierce tonight. That's a fart. That's a fart, Monty. Good job. My dog, Monty. He is corgi, and he likes to fart right beside me. Right beside me. Very nice. Thank you for sharing my space. I really enjoy that. That's wonderful. Ow, man. I am having a hard time with that smell right now. Not gonna lie. Dude! You good? Yeah, okay. Alright. Why? I haven't even given you anything crazy today to make you fart like this. Why? Apparently, like, corgis are notorious for, like, their farts, too. No. You know what's even better is he's scared of his own farts. Like, anytime he hears a fart noise, he is super scared. Like, he gets, like, absolutely petrified. And he doesn't understand that he can fart as well. So when he farts, he looks at his butt and he's like in absolute shock. Like, he'll start running, but then, like, looking at his butt at the same time. I wish that I could catch it on camera, because it's, like, both the funniest and most pathetic thing you've ever seen in your life. Seems like a common thing. Yeah, I don't know why they do that. Yo, what's up, Jose? How are you doing? It's been a while. If you guys don't know Jose, oh, sorry. If you guys don't know Jose, he also streams here. He's a really, really talented artist, and he has, he's great at, like, explaining things and, you know, streaming, so you should definitely check out his stuff. He's in chat right now, Jose. Say hi. I'm gonna do a, where is it? Decimation on this one. I'll pre-process current. The reason why I'm going to decimate it is just so that when I spam it around like crazy, it's actually not going to kill my PC with a whole bunch of, wait, did I not pre-process? I thought I pre-processed it. Pre-process current. Right, okay. Did I? And then decimate current. Yeah, okay, we're good. So that, essentially what that does is it just, like, kills the poly count, but it'll actually just, like, retain the information that you had just sculpted in there. So now, I will duplicate this. I'm gonna undo the decimation on that one, hide it. And thinking of kind of just hanging these off in like a row. Have to be upside down, backwards, like this. Alien eggs! Yeah, I guess why not? Hey Art of Pilgrim, how you doing? Would you recommend mentorship or self-teaching? If you can get a mentorship with somebody that you look up to as an artist, I think that that is a great way to supplement your self-teaching, but it isn't extremely necessary, right? You know, if you can't find somebody right away, there's also communities that you can be a part of, like smaller discords and things like that, that you can find even just by like participating in these chats. And then some streamers, they will have discords that you can share feedback with each other in those discords, right? You know, posting your stuff to Twitter, etc. All of these things, getting critique from other artists, again, keyword other artists. If you get critique from like general people like your mom or dad who might not necessarily be an artist themselves, like it's not that it's not valuable advice, but a lot of the time they don't know how to give it, or they don't exactly know what it is specifically that you could improve on. They just would say, well, it doesn't look right to me, right? And that's sort of that's not as helpful as it could be. So if you're talking to other artists, especially people who are professional already, they can tell you exactly what it is that stands out to them. Yeah, my parents are the best critics to save stuff. Yeah, put your macaroni picture on the fridge all the time. All the time. No, the positive encouragement is very, very much needed, just as much as other critique as well, right? So good to have both. But when you're getting mentored, remember you are still self-teaching. It just means that you have somebody there that you can kind of count on as like a one-on-one, right? But I do, like, if you can get some kind of a mentorship, that would be, that's actually like really, really useful. Because like I said, you'd be getting information from somebody who is already in the industry or knows what it is that they're talking about. They can tell you exactly what it is that you need to do, or at least give you the right tools, the right path to start looking for exactly what it is that you need to do. We copied it around a whole bunch. All right, mirror and weld that. Go. My mom critique. Why don't you get a real job? I mean, all right. What's a real job? Everybody has like their own idea of what a real job is. I think these guys need to come out more on like an actual curve. Auto group, mirror and weld. So now both of these, both of these are going to have the same polygroups on both sides, in which case you can just isolate the bits. You're about to start character animation next term. You're a tad nervous. Ah, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. It's gonna be fun. You're gonna have a good time. Character animation, it's all about acting, man. It's all about acting. But you don't even need to do it yourself. You just, like, all of the acting that you're going to be doing is filming yourself doing silly things, and no one else except for you gets to see that reference, so you can be as silly as you want. You can be as crazy as you want. In fact, if you end up having to do a creature kind of animation at any point, you get to run around your house like with your arms like a T-Rex for work. But it's for character animation, dude. It's great. When you get over that hump of like nervousness of like, oh my god, I'm not gonna do good, like character animation, the acting portion of it is like, it makes you feel like a kid again. It's great. That's why I really liked animation. But the actual like animation for, I guess, production and not just like myself, it wasn't really like, it wasn't really like my calling, I guess. I prefer sculpting and stuff, personally. Everybody has like their thing, right? I really enjoyed the acting portion of it when I was in school. In fact, I think that was like the stronger part, the stronger aspect of any of the animation that I did was the acting portion. Everything else was just kind of a little bit phoned in on my end. There we go. Hey, Zachary. Dude, the second that you get like a T-Rex rig and then you gotta like do that for class, you're gonna be filming yourself pretending to be a T-Rex. I mean, come on. You miss, but how come you use snake hook instead of the move brush? I use snake hook just because it's faster for me. Snake hook, you can kind of keep pulling the mesh. Move brush is very like restrictive. So if I were to use snake hook here, right, I can kind of just move it into like any shape that I want. Like, it's very liberating. I can kind of do whatever the heck I need. Whereas if I use the move brush, it has a limit, right? You pull, and then that's it. So if you're doing very like specific things and you enjoy using the move brush, all good, man. But if you want to go fast and you're kind of a freak like me, then maybe you'll like that. Like the snake hook. Hey, catching your stream in the past, you noticed a few times. Yes, I answered that one. Okay. Anyone can be a T-Rex, it's true. What's up, IR? Ian. IR Sculpts in chat is Ian, and he also streams here on the Fixologic channel. You guys can go and check out his stream. He's very, very good at explaining stuff as well. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Okay. True. Do you guys see the new, what's it called? The Jurassic World trailer? What's the new one called? It's really cool though. They have feathered dinosaurs now. I am very excited. Evolution? Dominion. Yes, you're right. Camp Cretaceous. I have not watched Camp Cretaceous. Yeah, I know. Dude, I was so excited. When I was watching that trailer, I was actually like screaming out the dinosaur names as they showed up. And then the feathers. I saw the feathers and I was just like lost my mind. I'm very easy to please, you know? Oh, Monty. Oh, no. Oh, boy. He's asleep, too, so it's not like he needs to go out or anything. God, Jesus. My dog is really farting real bad right now, I'm sorry. It's open a window, it's -15 outside. You're crazy. I just have to suffer. Okay. This is too much. Go on. Go. Thank you, Eric. Dude. No, Eric saved me. Oh, geez, man, that was wow. Okay. Yeah, my candle was. I ran out of candle. Feels bad, man. No, he was farting up a storm. Eric's probably taking him out. Blessed. No, he has never ever done that. Can you like the only time he's ever pooped in the house was when he had like this like infection thing or whatever, and he had to be on some steroids. That was like literally the only time. He's a very good dog. But he's very bad at letting us know that he needs to go out. We just kind of have to assume that if there's a lot of farting happening, he needs to go. Hey Rionan, sorry. How are you doing? Words are hard for this this whole family, actually. Has anybody been watching? So don't spoil because I'm only on season 2, but I started watching Ozark. And that is a crazy show. Like, there's no wins. It's just like L's. Like, everyone's just taking L's the entire time. don't spoil, because like I'm only on season 2, but oh my god. That show stresses me out. Cocos. Oh, my cocoa seeds. I think maybe I'll make some like petals. And then I can like kind of start working. Actually, no. First. I'm gonna figure out what's going on with these. Don't really care for this like side profile. I'm gonna try and do something here. The side is not really like working for me. Shadow. Shadow Hunter. I feel like everybody and their moms plays a berserker. All I see are berserkers everywhere. Like you can't go 2 seconds, like two feet without seeing a berserker. Geo, I don't really know. We're just doing some kind of like a creepy, creepy flower alien thing. Not really sure. I'm gonna do more like bulbous and just yes, here we go. I wanna like play into the bulbousness, I think, in certain areas. It'll be good. Here. Hey Crazy, how's it going? How you doing? So I want to, again, play around with how this is feeling scale-wise. I'm not really super happy with it. Overall, this stuff, smaller. Okay. But then this up here, make sure that this gets bigger. I actually, what if I take all of this guy, stretch it upwards, stretch, then also bend just a little bit. This back part. And then take all of this. I think I kind of want to give it a longer neck. Can do that probably. Oh yes, that's right. I have the alpha on. Okay, and now we're getting something a little bit more interesting, I'd say. In terms of like the shape. I like this big, like right here, I want to make sure that these are nice and large, these sort of like bulbousy areas. Actually, in fact, I'm gonna do that. I might as well just IMM something in there. Definitely not. What's up, Mage? You're here to sit and learn. Well, if you have any questions, feel free. Otherwise, I'm just going to do my mumble into myself type thing. gonna make some petals, actually. I think making some petals would be nice. Split mask. Oh, fantastic. All of this starts to come out more. Gastropod gymnastics. Heck yeah, dude. When I'm sketching and stuff like this, like I honestly I don't mind doing some like really contorted poses and things. Of course, if you're going to do something for production, you don't want to make it crazy, because then you're gonna have a hard time not only with the retop, but you're also gonna have a hard time dealing with the riggers who will want to come and find where you live if you give them something absolutely totally broken and that's not already agreed upon in production. Have to change. This is looking right here. Implement more like bony shapes here in with all of the flower stuff that's happening. Okay. What's up, Angelus? How you doing? All right. This season 4 came out for Ozark. Oh, dude, I am only on season 2, but yeah, that show is making me feel real bad, but it's good though. I'm gonna get a lot more stressed, dude. I don't know, man. Oh, it's crazy how stressful that show is. I didn't even get this stressed when I was watching Breaking Bad, to be honest with you. How fast is the average turnaround for a concept? The average turnaround for a concept? That really depends on what it is that you are working on, right? Like if it's a lot more complex, things can, you know, I've had certain concepts, like, you know, doing iterations for things take like I've been given a month for certain things. I've been given just a handful of days for other things. It really depends on your client. It depends on what agreement that you have set up. An example would be, okay, here's a week. Give us 3 different iterations for 6 different, like, or 3. So a total of 6 different concepts for 3 different, like, pitches. Go, and then I'll have like a week to just like get 6 like sculpts done and give that off. There have been other things where it's just like, okay, work on this, here's like a sketch, design from there, and we'll start talking about it in meetings, and it's like a month-long process for just one sculpt. So it really just depends on who you're working with and like what you've discussed with what it is that you want to do. A specific, if you wanted to give me like more of like a specific, then I could give you a better timeline, but things are always up in the air. I would just say, as long as you're communicating with your client that, or your boss, if you're in a studio, then you're good to go. All right, see you, Baubles. Have a good night. Hey, Andres. Or Andre, sorry, my bad. So many good games coming out this month and your time is full. Dude, I know. I'm aware. I needed to step away. I had to step away from Lost Ark because the addiction was real. And I haven't like really been doing anything but playing that game. So yeah, I'm gonna have to like control everything right now because I do have free time. I'm like, it's like almost like stressing me out. Like the more games that I play, I almost get like more stressed out because I'm like, I'm not doing anything productive, which is bad. Like a little bit of game time, controlled game time is necessary. Only game time is a problem. I think the next one that I'll probably pick up, I mean, like, I know Elden Ring, right? But I think the next one that I'll pick up is the Risk of Rain DLC when that comes out, just because I absolutely love Risk of Rain. It's one of the few games that I actually have 100% achievements on Steam for. You've been strong enough not to play it? Honestly, good. Like, it's... Yeah, it's a lot. It's very time demanding. You've been... Dude, I don't have a PS5. I can't justify it. It's so expensive. You don't game anymore? Used to be a hardcore gamer. Dude, it happens, man. Life, dude. It just happens. It happens. I had even more responsibilities, I probably wouldn't game. But it is definitely a vice. Okay, I said I was gonna make some petals. I'm gonna do that. Hey Leonard, how are you doing? Do I regularly stream on Wednesday? Nothing was on the ZBrush Live calendar. Was it? Was it not? Because I'm pretty sure I set it up that I was going to be streaming today. I don't think that I'm not cutting anybody off, right? Because I did talk to Kyle about it. I guess he just didn't update it. Let me just check real quick, because that'll be a yikes if I'm screwing somebody else up later on. Nope, everything is just for Thursday, so tomorrow. All right, we're good to go then. Woo. Yeah, because I had canceled another stream, and I was like, yeah, just push it, because I need to do some IRL stuff. And, yeah. All right. We're good, though. But yeah, I usually stream on Wednesdays. Wednesdays are my regular go-to. I'll keep back face masking off. Because it'll start doing some on the back as well. Actually, I don't know if I like that. Wait, let me see if I can do... That's cool! I didn't intend for that, but wait, let me like duplicate this. Yeah, let's do that. You got ZBrush full license? Nice. Very nice. Keep in mind that updates will be paid going forward, I think. So just keep that in mind. But ZBrush 2022 has pretty much like everything that you need anyways. So you're good, even if you didn't know that. It's very much worth it regardless. Yeah, you know. Okay, good. Just making sure you know. No, Mage. No, I appreciate that, but no. It's okay. No. It's all good. I have more than enough stuff to do. If anything, you know, I'll watch like a friend play it or something like that. It's a really beautiful game from what I've seen, Horizon. I wanted to play the second one, but PS5 is just like, it's just so much money, man. Yeah, happy accidents are the way to go. I love it when stuff like this happens. Even like these little things that are hanging off there. And I will duplicate that as well. And I will get this into reprocess current. And I will decimate it so I can drop it around everywhere. Okay, so now it's only 30. Oops. Symmetry. God, I'm sorry. I'm just like I'm thinking so much about Ozark right now. It's like dumb. It's stress. That show stresses me out so bad. And I was like watching too many episodes, so now it feels like it's more real than my life. Do you know what I mean? Damn. Right. There's no guarantee you'll even get a PS5. It's true. It's actually true. You got a neighbor of yours to sell his PS5? What? Why did he sell it? I mean, maybe he was just like, nah, screw it. Like, I don't need to play this, but... Wow, lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Will I be picking up a Steam Deck? No, probably not. There's just like I said, like there's just like too much stuff right now. Too much to be spending on when there's not a lot of money. I've got plenty of things to keep me preoccupied anyways. Okay. These guys here, just so that we can start working on something a little bit more. This is very like abstract compared to last streams. So if you're not aware, this is usually like the kind of stuff that we go for, is very like abstract things. Last stream was a lot more solid. We had like a... Actually just went straight, like for a turtle type thing. Usually it's very, very odd. What's my process for doing rendering post-sculpt stuff for your macro photography inspired stuff? Oh, do you mean like the mosquito type dude? So a lot of that, like, you know, I'll do a lot of it in the paint aspect, but when you send things over to Keyshot, you can create a real camera. So if you have any like experience with cameras, it makes it easier, but you can still learn this kind of stuff in 3D as well. Is you kind of set it up the same way that you would with a macro lens with a shallow depth of field, like a really shallow depth of field. And you can kind of like, if you're not getting like a good result in your render, you can always like cheat aspects of it in your Photoshop as well. So that's sort of what I end up going for is I'll get like a Keyshot render, a bunch of different materials with a camera, like a camera lens that sort of reflects what it is that I want to do. In that case, macro photography, very shallow depth of field, and it's cut in really close. And then after in Photoshop, I'll just like layer everything over top. And when I want to do even more DOF pushing, I will end up just doing that all on a single layer and using a really like blurred brush to kind of create leaves and things like that in the background. But the mosquito one specifically is actually, you can watch that VOD of me setting some things up on my Pixologic, or not, sorry, on my Twitch channel. This is not my channel, I'm just volunteering here. My actual channel is right here. Right there. And the VOD is saved right there. I think all of this stuff, I'll pull it upwards. So again, I'm going to want to do this kind of thing with these guys. But I also want it to kind of have a little bit more of like, I do want a little bit of like a hand type thing going on here. But maybe not as traditionally like hand-like. I want some kind of like an appendage type deal. So maybe I can play around with creating some. Something for gripping, and then this one for... These two will be for gripping, I think. Be kind of like a sideways grip. And then I'll have one on the edge. Will be more like stab. Okay, that'll actually be kind of interesting, and then I'll have it kind of come up like that. Okay. Now, adaptive, and get the density down, and then make adaptive skin, hand it over, and get rid of the C-spheres. Boom. Okay, mirror and weld. Now I can start messing with it. Okay, we'll hide this end bit, hidden. Hey Sergio, how are you? You mean to say IMMP? Oh, I could have brought in the feet. Have I ever tried Blender sculpting? Ah, yes, the Blender sculpting. You came from Blender to ZBrush, and you feel like Blender with skin modifiers and sub-D modifiers with easy vertex modeling just makes creating a block out so much faster than ZBrush. I don't know if it's because I'm not comfortable yet, but yeah. So, to each their own, and whatever your initial software is, usually is the bias that you will have, right? So if you did come from Blender and you've spent already a lot of time working with Blender sculpting, then you will be more familiar with it. You will have a bias towards it. That's just the way that it is. However, when you do get used to the ZBrush sculpting method, things are very, very quick, especially when you need to do very specific tasks that, like, Blender, okay. So Blender is a free software and it does have adequate sculpting in it. However, it cannot handle high resolution meshes nearly at the same rate that ZBrush does. So if you're doing simplistic sculpting or very simplistic tasks, you know, and all you need to do is like a quick block out or something like that, then yes, of course, Blender is totally fine. However, if you want to actually do things as like a professional character artist, in most scenarios, most studios will require you to be using ZBrush just because it is so much better at handling high resolution geometry, and it has a whole bunch of tools to speed up your workflow for a lot more specific tasks than just simple blockouts. There are some very good blockout tools within ZBrush as well, but if you are already comfortable with the tool that you have and you do not need to take your sculpting any further, then that is what it is. But if you do need to take your sculpting further, Blender isn't exactly going to cut it for things like, you know, movie CGI meshes and things of that nature. It'll be like, yeah, you could do things, but, you know, would you like to draw on the sidewalk with a stone, or would you like a piece of paper and a pencil, right? It's like you can pick up a stone and carve into the sidewalk and draw something, but, you know, if you had a piece of paper and a pencil, why not do that? So it's kind of like, why not, you know, learn the thing that will make your life easier? That's my opinion. I understand about, like, you know, if you're a hobbyist and you want to do things, you know, use a free software. No shame in that either. But this is, I know that this is also the ZBrush channel itself, the official channel itself. So obviously I'm not gonna like bad talk the software, but I'm not saying this because they're telling me to say this either. I genuinely believe it, and I bought this software myself because I really enjoy working with ZBrush, and it is it is the industry standard. Hey Scott, how are you doing? I work on a PC. Oh, I can barely see your name. Think you're Chris? Yeah, I work on a PC. Windows. You want to take the stone? Hey man, be my guest. Yeah, I think all of us would like to stay in one program, and a lot of the time, you know, those wants and needs are kind of pushed on individual devs too. Like, for example, or not individual devs, but smaller devs. So when ZBrush was just specifically Pixelogic, a lot of the requests that would come in, right, from what I saw, were just like wanting ZBrush to be so much more than just a sculpting software. But at the same time, the more, like, the further you kind of spread the resources, the worse it is in other sectors, right? So like Maya, for example, or Blender or whatever, they're 3D suites, so you can kind of do an overarching amount of things within them, but it's not like very specialized in very specific things, right? There's holes within 3D suites, and that's where softwares like ZBrush come in. It's to bridge that gap, it's to fill that gap. You have Substance as well. It's there to fill that gap, because texturing in something like Blender is like just fully just being in Blender only is like, why would you do that? So there are things to make it better. It's not saying that you can't just stay in the one program, but also know that this industry, you use multiple programs for different things. As long as something is solving the problem that needs to be solved in the best quality possible, that's what's going to be used at a studio, right? And just so you're clear too, because I get this as well, when it comes to talking about Blender, it just like, it can be really frustrating for me. I don't think Blender is a bad program, okay? There's nothing wrong with Blender. Blender is fantastic. ZBrush is better for sculpting. Blender is still fantastic. There is nothing there. I worked on a movie called Next Gen. It's on Netflix. And when I was working on that, we did the whole movie within Blender, except for the sculpting and the texturing. I did my sculpting within ZBrush, and then I did all my texturing. Sometimes bases, I would do some poly paint within ZBrush, and then I would work in Substance. But everything else was in Blender, right? So this is what I'm talking about. It is a 3D suite, but the specialization is already being bridged by other softwares like ZBrush. You know, you can have a pipeline where you're using ZBrush and Blender at the same time. This sort of like black and white thinking comes from inexperience, I find. People who have not really like opened their minds to multiple softwares. And almost like I find there's some people that really want to just be a part of a club, you know? In a weird way, you know, people joke about Blender being like a cult and things like that. But there are quite a few people that, you know, you're going to say this is like the best software ever, and you kind of put yourself in this box of like, I am a Blender dev, I am a Blender artist. Why not just say you're a 3D artist if you want to open yourself to things, right? That's kind of like closed-minded as well. Like, I am a Blender artist. Like, I don't say I am a ZBrush artist. I use ZBrush a lot, right? And so that's something as well that I think is, if you are saying that about yourself, like maybe think about it a little bit different. Do I work for games, collectibles, or film? Kind of like, so I haven't worked for any games yet, but I work mostly in the animation industry. But yeah, I work a bunch of different jobs within that. Mostly 3D sculpting, concept sculpting, animation industry, and I've worked in music videos, I've worked in TV, film, but no games yet. I've done a couple of collectible stuff, but I have not like done any print prep or anything like that. The collectible things were like smaller. They weren't like, you know, I'm not doing like any like anything like Mike T or any of those guys are. Oh no, I haven't worked on Love, Death, and Robots. That would be pretty cool, but no, I did not work on that. Exactly. All of these are exactly that. You said it correctly, May. What's up, Jen? How are you doing? Yeah, okay, all right. Enough of the Blender talk though, please. Again, like this is a ZBrush stream, so I hope those answered your question, but I just like I don't want to keep going on about it because it is what it is, right? If you have any questions though about the workflow, all that kind of stuff, feel free to ask. Where is this one? Monster, if you are starting off and you have not done any 3D sculpting whatsoever, you're looking to get into it, I would say you should definitely check out ZBrush Mini. It's a super stripped down version of the UI. It's very, very easy to get into. It's a free software as well, so you can just kind of figure out, like, do you like sculpting in 3D or not? It's very, very stripped down UI. Very easy to use. ZBrush Mini. What was I gonna do? Put my brain in a damn blender. Yes, I agree with Leonard. 100%. Where's my left hand? It is a keyboard. Yes. Keyboard! You want to be a question? Why are you named A cubed and not B cubed? My name initials. I have 3 A's as my initial. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, the deformations are really, really fun to use. Just kind of seeing if I can get anything interesting out of repeating shapes here, like underneath. What's the fastest way for you to manipulate shapes quickly? I personally use Snakehook. Other artists will have different ways of doing this too, so ask around on the channel how other people do it. But the way that I like to manipulate shapes really quickly is by using a really big brush and Snakehook tool. One of the bigger ones that I use a lot for sharper angles is AccuCurve, and you can get AccuCurve in Brush, Curve, and AccuCurve is right here. But I have it on my UI, and what AccuCurve does is it just kind of like makes things pointy, right, wherever you're pulling them. So I'm able to get like pretty quick, sharp angles like that as well. That's usually how I work with silhouette, is I throw on AccuCurve. If I need to work with a rounder shape, AccuCurve off, large brush, Snakehook, and then I just kind of move it. That's usually what I do. There a way to make Z-remeshing faster? You could do it with polygroups. If you're trying to dictate specific edge flow faster, if that's what you mean. Otherwise, you're just gonna kind of need to just get a faster PC. So there's not really much of a way to speed it up past that. Nice. Do you have any references or follow your imagination? This one's imagination. If I'm doing something for a client, obviously I'm using a lot of references, but when I'm just sketching, just having fun, I'm just like kind of going through with my imagination. Anytime that you're working for a client, though, you absolutely should be using reference. No matter how great your visual library is, it will always be way better if you use reference. Jamal, appreciate it. Alright. Let's see. We have one more hour. Just get through this without any breaks today. Let's see, what kind of thing do we want to do with these sort of like hands? They're, so these are going to be kind of like pincer-y things. This, I think overall, we'll have it like coming out of like a bud. Hey, what's more easy to rig, stylized or non-stylized characters? They both have their challenges. I wouldn't say one is easier than the other, unless you're doing something super simplistic with a stylized character. Like, I don't know, like you don't really need to have it in like an animated film. If you're putting it in like a Disney animated film though, or something like that level, it's a very complicated rig. And it's set up to break the mesh a lot. There's like so many different controls on animated film rigs, and for like sort of like realistic CGI, there's also a ridiculous amount set up as well. Like if you're trying to mimic like a real human face, it's a lot. So I wouldn't say that one is easier than the other in any way. Oh yeah, Monty's in the other room because he has been farting too much and it was making me gag during the stream. So just chilling out in the living room today. He's a good boy. Probably when I'm done this, I'll probably hug rope with him for a good 15 minutes or so. Till he's tired anyways. Yeah, he gets scared of like the wind, he gets scared of his own farts, you know? He's just that kind of a dog, so he hasn't like he's been like holding himself because we've had like this like ice storm. It's been really windy over here, so he's just kind of like holding out and, you know, gassing it up in the house until he's got the he either has to go bad enough or we die first. Explain the workflow from ZBrush to Blender and Unreal Engine to Android Studio. Danny Mac uses ZBrush and Blender at the same time, I think. There are some other artists. I think Shane Olson has been doing some cycles renders from ZBrush as well. Not 100% sure. You might want to check in with him. Unreal to Android Studio, I'm not 100% sure about though. That one I can't help you with. But there's other people on this channel that use both Blender and ZBrush at the same time. Not on this channel, they won't like show it on this channel, but they do use both. All right. Let's see if I can't like do a little bit of like poly paint on this. Just have some fun. Might as well. All right. RGB. Where is, what was I gonna do? Fill, color, and material, go. When you do that, you can just like go through all of them and do like a mass fill. Makes it easier so that when you're changing like colors, not everything is like changing with you. Neat. Okay, cool. Let's do yeah, I'll try like some kind of like a green base here. Bit. Do like a spray. Some of that. Is it realistic to aspire to be a Swiss Army knife artist? Or is that a recipe for disaster? No, it is, you can be a generalist, absolutely. There's actually, if you're gonna freelance, generalists are extremely sought after, like a good generalist. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But when you're looking to be a generalist, make sure that you're not, that you're doing things in a very like practical way. I think when it comes to being a generalist, people want to see that you can do things quickly. Not just that you can do everything, but that you can do it quickly. From my experience anyways. But yeah, that's 100% a legitimate path. There's nothing wrong with that if you do want to do that. It will be difficult, and if you are more of like an artist than anything, it might actually bug you that you can't focus in specific fields at any given time to get better at certain things specifically, because you have to constantly be on top of everything. But it's not to say that it's not possible. Maybe. Try and bring that up. Spray. Scarier version of the jellyfish Pokemon. Which one? I'm not aware of like the new generation of Pokemon. Grillish? I don't know what that, which one that is. Let me see. Oh, it looks like a blueberry. Wait, oh, there's multiple different types of it? That one looks like a blueberry. It's actually really cute. How do you do that turnaround thing you saw? Which turnaround thing? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'd love to help, but I actually have no idea. Do you mean like if you were to go Shift S and then like this? This kind of a thing? Because that's Shift S and then you can Control N to get rid of it. I think I want to give all of this. If I do. Yeah, okay. Let's do a see plugin, fill, only material, go through and change the material of all of this. A little bit more slimy. Help me out. Oh, I have snake oil on this. Nah. Get more details going on. Nicer in these. Too much color here. Too much color. Figure out what I want to do with all this. Needs to read better. This needs to be the same color here. And these guys. Yeah, I'm gonna change from green, I think, more of like a blue, like a gray blue. Lines. Not getting in there right now because I'm just trying to make sure that all of this like reads a little bit better. There's a little bit more of a interesting color breakup. Right now, it's not. No, you don't need a new. No, you can paint everything on the same. Like you don't even need layers. You just go into poly paint, and it's dictated by how. It's dictated by how dense your mesh is. So if you don't have a very dense mesh, you're going to have a hard time poly painting on top of things. It just needs to be desuch. Completed. Oh. Get out of my face. Yeah, it's vertex painting, exactly. Did I make each of those pods underneath tentacles by hand, or was it some sort of array mesh? Yeah, it's all by hand. You just kind of duplicate it around a whole bunch, and then as it's in the same subtool, you can like move it around as much as you want. But yeah, it's just by hand. I just placed it by hand. Just like start dragging around a little bit of like alphas for turn the RGB intensity down for some variation. You get your silhouette preview to read with a gray background. If you go into your preferences, click thumbnail, and then your background, you change this to black, it will be transparent to whatever your document color is. Oh. Hey, Robert, sorry. Thanks. Good to see you too. How you doing? Treya concept? Treya? What's that? Here. No worries, Leonard. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a great evening. You can't make this in ZBrush? It looks like an M&M. Nah, dude, it's not. It's poly paint, right? Like you just put poly paint on stuff and it kind of comes alive. If you're just sketching, there's nothing really saying you can't, right? I cheat. I cheat a lot, actually. Lots of cheating in art. That's all I do. I'm just a big fraudster. do more of this. Yes, Shift S. Does ZBrush create UVs when you export models, or would you need to do that in another software? So you can create UVs within ZBrush. I think there's a couple of resources on that if you go to... What? You get that for you. So I don't know if you guys know about Z Classroom, but there's like a bunch of tutorials on here for anything regarding like ZBrush. So if you look up UVs, like you'll actually be able to see the different ZBrush lessons for that, right? So there's, let's see if I can find UV, like UV Master, there we go. So now you can learn about actually using UV Master, and they have a whole bunch of quick tutorials on that, ranging anywhere from easy, you know, beginner to intermediate to advanced. They'll have all of it there and labeled for you. Fill layers instead of the poly paint brush. You have, oh, you mean just paint? Yeah, the paintbrush is just literally the standard brush, but with Z add removed. That's all the paint is. What's up, Shiz? Why does your poly paint look hypnotic? Not sure. Not sure. Maybe it's an eldritch horror taking over you. I don't know. Oh, Anna Carolina is a fantastic artist. Yes, she's wonderful. She's really good. Control N clears the canvas, Shift S stamps the model. Yes, so this is so Shift S, boom, paste, and then you can put it wherever else you want, and then Shift S, and then put it wherever else you want. It'll stamp it there. You can't work on those, they're just snapshots. And then if you want to get rid of all of the other ones, Control N. Okay. Any tips on learning general approaches to learning ZBrush and internalizing tutorials? I think, so if you feel like you've plateaued, it's not necessarily like specifically learning ZBrush that's the plateau. I think really what it is look at the work that you're doing, right? Like, what was the last project that you did? Look at it and be and with a critical eye and say, well, I want to do better in this area, or for my next one, I want to do and fill the gap, right? Like, what do you want to do next? Take a very specific thing and then search for that, right? So let's say at the very basics, like, you started, you started in ZBrush just doing a couple of like likeness sculpts. Maybe you want to learn how to do fiber mesh now. Like, you want to learn how to do hair, better hair methods. Well, now you have a very specific thing to work towards on your next one that will improve what it is that you do the next time. Maybe when you were doing your last likeness sculpt, you were looking at the face and it's not exactly where you want it to be. Like, maybe overall shapes is what you want to look at more, so you can practice that in your next one, right? And so it's like, pick things to work on. You don't need to grab all of it at once. You don't need to be like, well, I don't know how this specific tool in this program works, so I need to learn that specific tool. You don't need to do that if it doesn't apply to what it is that you want to do. There's so many tools within each of these programs that doing that actually will just kind of slow you down and make you disinterested in the overall goal of what art really is just figuring out what it is that you want to do, pursue what you like to do, and express what you like to do. So if you're just looking towards only doing kind of like, well, I don't know what this button does, so I have to like only specifically learn about these specific things and looking for tutorials on that. I mean, you can do that, but it's not going, it'll make you feel like you're plateauing, your art isn't getting better because you're just learning about specific things within the program rather than analyzing what it is with your art that you need to get better. Oh, mage. No. No. We don't do that here. You don't... I know the feeling, okay? But you don't want to get rid of any of your old art. You want to hold on to it and have it as markers. You'll regret getting rid of old stuff later on. Because honestly, like, there's no... I don't see the point in constantly trying to hide where you started, you know? Any kind of progress is progress. Like, why would you hide that? Unless you're trying to be like one of those, like, kind of like a little bit like fraudulent. Maybe fraudulent's not the wrong word, but one of those people that it just like, you want to make the illusion like you didn't have to do much work at all to get to where you were and you're just a savant. Like, that's BS. That's so BS. It you know, so many people have, like, even like famous painters and things of that nature that you don't see, like their sketchbooks and things like that. Like, they just have so much what they would consider trash, and their final pieces is what you see, but it's not, that's not the end all be all, you know? Like, what did it take to get there? Just always keep that in mind. Excuse me. Sorry. Ah. I've only been using ZBrush for 1 day on Reddit posts with don't disclose years of sculpting and other softwares. Yeah, I know, it's... You know, and I don't think people really realize how sucky it is for other, like, you know, aspiring... I don't want to say aspiring, like, you're all artists, but, like, artists that are looking towards, you know, getting better and better, you know, looking up at people who post their really good work online and then seeing this is just a sketch or something like that, but it actually took them a really long time. You know, it's... Just because something's not done doesn't mean it's a sketch, and I think that using that kind of, like, wording is actually harmful, and it's a self-serving ego thing, and what are you exactly hiding? Like, what are you hiding behind? It's better to be honest about the time that you put into things and say, like, this is a work in progress, but it's not, like, a sketch. It's not, like, you don't have any experience or anything like that, you know? And on the other side, too, like, people should not get aggro towards other artists for saying these things either, because we all do have we're all very delicate when it comes to posting our art, you know? It's a very personal thing, and so you want it to be received as well as possible. A lot of people will post and say things that will make it seem like it's not a big deal so that they get compliments and things like that, but it's all understandable, you know? It's all understandable. It just kind of like, it sucks for new artists looking up towards that, I'm sure, and just being kind of like, I'll never get there because these are all sketches. Like, no. Alright, see you, Robert. Have a good night. Well, those are, I think, unregistered. I think those people are very inexperienced themselves, you know? There's a lot of ego problems with a lot of people in general. I think the second that you start to feel like you don't need to learn anymore, that you are the best, that's when you need to check yourself. You really need to check yourself. We're all, like, still learning. I'm gonna be learning for the rest of my life. I struggle with things just like other people struggle with things, so... So the thing is, right, like, these like 4-hour sessions, if I just kind of like upload those are like, that technically is like, you know, a sketch session, right? Like, we're just sketching here because, like, that's what that is. But if I'm uploading like a full painting or something, I won't be like, yo, it's a sketch. Like, I'm not gonna do that, you know? Like, here, let's look. Yeah, so these things, like, I call them sketch sessions because they are. So it's not technically like a sketch, but then I'm very transparent about like the process and everything, so you can see like where things are going. I'm not gonna upload, you know, one of my full paintings and like just be like, yo, this is like a full sketch, or, you know, anything like that. What is going on? There we go. You painted a whole mansion. Sick, dude. Good sketch. You only worked on it for like 60 hours. Good 60-hour sketch, dude. Do the ZBrush live streamers share the files of the models they sculpt? Some of them do. I think Ian sometimes shares his. No. It's okay, Parikh. I understand. I know. It's all good. I was just like double checking to make sure that I wasn't talking out my butt when I said something like that, because like it is something that I believe, but if I titled some of my stuff like that I actually spent a long time on, like sketch, then I would go and change that immediately. But the only things on my portfolio right now that are actual like sketches are the sketch sessions from stream. Yeah. What am I gonna do about the artifacting and the floating polys in the mouth? Absolutely nothing, because it's literally just a sketch. Like, actually, like, this is just a sketch. We're just having fun. It's not going anywhere. It's not doing anything. So the artifacting, I just leave it there. And if it were going into Keyshot, I wouldn't really care. This, obviously, I would be putting a ton of SSS over it. That's what I would be doing with this. And I would have like a lot of like backlight and like transparency on stuff. Yeah. I think just for visibility's sake, I'm gonna put all of this underneath really dark. Which thread? Oh. Do you have to unwrap anything to port something to Keyshot? No, you can just send it as is. I mean, I have 5 minutes. So basically, you're gonna wanna go to render, external render, Keyshot, and then you just say BPR. And now what'll happen is it'll fudge everything over, and I'll show you in a sec. I get Keyshot up. Here. Do I have a Keyshot here? Yep. So here it is in Keyshot. And what you're gonna wanna do, well, this is very large, so I select my model, you can't even see it, my model set, and I will do a scale on the entire thing. Just so it's tinier in here. Then you can see it close to the ground. I'm gonna shove it into the ground. Like that. Okay. Now it's in here, and all of that which you see is a HDRI. So then you just find your camera angle. You just kind of like set this up however you want. Maybe you want like this thing is big, so you give it a 200mm lens, like you're zooming in, cropping into something that's a little bit larger on a 200mm. I really like doing that personally. And then you can kind of just start playing around with different environments. So there's a bunch that you can use that just kind of like come with Keyshot as well. I don't usually like to keep the HDRI in the background though. If anything, if a background is needed, I will just like put it in afterwards. I use usually a very dark gray. And then you can grab some like ground reflections if you like. Start playing around with the brightness, all of that. You know, go over to your lighting, change like, you know, shadow quality if you'd like to. If you need to use caustics, I like to use global illumination. Ground illumination if you want to, you don't have to. Also switch over to interior. That is usually a better result, better rendering technique. And then, you know, there's some other stuff in here as well. So you go over to material, you know. Where is the... It's my skin. Human skin. So if you go Alt, then it'll actually retain the poly paint that you're doing, right? So you can kind of click on this, change this to here, so it'll keep your poly paint as is. And then if you were to change the translucency, I like to actually like pump it like a lot. Wait, here, hold on. So you can see the whole thing like brightened up, but you can actually like pump it more. Depends on like how big your model is in the scene. You're gonna get different results with the translucency rather. You can kind of do like the same thing to everything. And then if you wanted to, well, you can't see that, but you can play around with the material graph as well a little bit to get different results as well. So you just kind of like do that with everything. Kind of give it. You can change the SS as well, the SSS color. And then, you know, you would use all of that and you'd paint over it afterwards too. You can kind of like come in, add in, like, I don't know, you can add in a sphere, cube, whatever you want, and start like placing around different lights too. So if you were gonna Get rid of that. Look up light. Is this the regular one? Yep. Put that in. This one is not visible to camera, and then we'll just like bump it. Maybe a little bit more. Right, and so then you can start playing around with different lights. Give it maybe more, just play around. This over here, light it up from the side. You can see, change color if you want. Right? That's like the Keyshot, or the ZBrush to Keyshot bridge, right? That's usually how that goes. Oh, I just noticed that you guys are off to one side while I'm doing all of that, so you don't actually see all the stuff on the side. Sorry, it's because I have such a big monitor now, it doesn't capture all of it on the side. But if you want to explore Keyshot, that's there's a bridge from ZBrush to Keyshot like that. And so you can actually bring all your poly paint over and stuff like that without having to like worry about, you don't have to worry about like UVing or anything of that nature. So hopefully that was helpful a little bit. Just a quick little demo on it anyways, nothing too crazy. And here's this like weird thing that we did today. I'm not like the biggest fan of it, but it was relaxing. I enjoyed doing it regardless of it looking like kind of weird. So I think that's like the most important thing, is just like, did you enjoy your sketching session? Good. Yeah, Keyshot export is fast. I also have a pretty quick PC when it comes to that kind of stuff, so it comes down to your PC. This is 15 million polygons, and it can literally handle 15 million polygons no problem. So that's sort of why I use it for my renders and paint overs, because it's so quick. Yeah, thanks guys. Let me just see if I got any questions. Hi Atri. Yeah, we're gonna be ending now. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna be ending here. Guys, if you are watching whatever platform you're watching on, give ZBrush a follow. Maxon, ZBrush, they might be still called Pixelogic elsewhere, but it's Maxon now, so give them a follow. And there's other artists that are going to be streaming here on ZBrush Live. There's somebody streaming every single day, multiple people sometimes, so go check out those other artists. I'm here by volunteer, but all my other socials, if you want to catch up with me on anything that I'm doing or know when I'm going to be posting, all my socials handles are right here. And I will see you guys in the next one. I should be streaming in March as well. I'll let you guys know when that's going to be. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening. Also, if you did like ZBrush, there is a 30-day free trial, so you can try it out. There's also a super free version, super stripped down UI I was mentioning earlier, ZBrush Core Mini. If you've never sculpted in 3D before and you want to try that, recommend you try that. All right. Yeah, have fun watching the Ozark. I know, I'm gonna go and watch an episode, I guess. Such a stressful show. All right, guys, I'll see you later. I'll see you on the next one.